our live stream here on VC3, the various platforms of VC3, as once again we bring to you live coverage of the 2025 Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships, coming to you live from the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium here in Diamond on the southwest coast of mainland St. Vincent, where we'll have some of the best locally based talent in St. Vincent and the Grenadines on display, on show, of course, for national championship rights, bragging rights. My name is Khalil Kato, as usual, here with you, and to bring you through and take you through the events for today and for the next 2 days. Of course, this is a 2-day event here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. So just to catch you up on where we are so far for this morning, we've had one event already done. That would be the women's 100-meter hurdles. It featured 2 athletes, Law Brown of It That Academy, Jaden Edwards-Barry, also of It That Academy. Law Brown, who holds the stadium record in a time of 15.64 seconds, winning that event. Unfortunately, the technical team is still making some final adjustments, so we're unable to have the time for you. But Brown did take that event. On the track right now is Heat 1 of the men's 400-meter event. There'll be 3 heats of this event. Your lane assignments have Romano Hector of Exceed Sports Club in lane 1, Derek Brown of Roses Academy in lane 2. Lane 3 is empty. It should have Henley Boucher, but he's not there. Jubril Oliver of High Performance, HP, is in lane 4. Kareem Clark of It That Academy in lane 5. Jamal Alexander of Mustangs is in lane 6, and on the outside in lane 7 from It That Academy, it is Jaron Cato. Of the 3 heats, the top 2 will automatically go through to the final, and then it will be the next 2 fastest times. National record for this event set by Amal Glasgow just a few weeks ago at the 2026 NCAA National Championships in Portland, Oregon, where he ran for his Louisiana State Tigers in a time of 45.01 seconds. That was in his qualifying run. In his semifinal event, he finished 8th in the final, running a time of about 45.5 seconds or thereabouts. One of the big changes or differences in this year's championships is not many of our overseas-based athletes are here at home, opting to stay where they are located, whether in the U.S., whether in or Jamaica, to compete there. Of course, Jamaica also has their national championships going on this weekend, where we'll have persons like national stadium record holder Makish Compton. He'll be performing there as well. So will the likes of Jeva Kato, national long and triple jumper, who will be taking part in the triple jump. But runners set to their marks. 6 facing the starter. Hector, Heat, lane 1. Brown, lane 2. Oliver, lane 3. Clark, lane 5. Alexander, lane 6. Kato, lane 7. Just one athlete missing from the list here, and that's Henley Boucher, who should have been in lane 3. So off they are and running, and already we see the movement coming from the middle of the track. 4 and 5, Jubril Oliver and Kareem Clark, are already making up the stag on their compatriots. With about 250 meters to go, it's going to be Clark with the advantage, going hard at 200 meters. Remember, it's the first 2, so Clark and Oliver, as they are right now in first and second respectively, have already secured the top 2 qualifying positions once they cross the line in that order. And then it will be up to the time to see who finishes. So it is Clark 1, Oliver 2, Hector of Exceed coming in lane 1 is in lane 3. So Clark takes that one, followed by Oliver. Romano Hector is in third, sorry. 4th place goes to Jamal Alexander of It That Academy. So it's the first of 3. Next on the track will be heat number 2, which on paper should feature Michael Duncan of Roses Academy, Denrick Davis, Excel Track Club, Tyrese Hackshaw, Idat Academy, Giovanni Jacobs, Excel Track Club, Lawrence Arthur, Excel Track Club, and Hashim Daniel, Idat Academy. Another Vincentian who is based in Jamaica, so we at least have one of the overseas-based athletes who made his way home. There are a few others, Keo Davis, Kyle, Lawrence, Jim R. Saunders. They are here and they'll be featuring in the 100-meter heats set to come up very shortly. But on the track, as they stand at their lanes, it looks like we have Michael Duncan of Roses in lane 2. The next athlete I see there is from the Excel Track Club, which is Denrick Davis. So he goes in lane 3. There's no Tyrese Hackshaw, who would have run an upset race at the National Lotteries Authority 2026 Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships, where he beat the favorite Lemore Olivier of the St. Vincent Grammar School, Tyrese Hackshaw from the Georgetown Secondary. But Hackshaw not in the event for the National Championships. Giovanni Jacobs is in lane 5. Lawrence Arthur in lane 6, Hashim in lane 7. The stadium record for this event set last year in a time of 46.65 seconds, Shaquin Toussaint of Grenada. This would have been during the 2025 Windward Islands Secondary Schools Championships held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The games this year move up to St. Lucia, which will be held during the final week of July. Events ongoing. We have the women's long jump that is in progress and the men's shot put. It should be just in the background of the 400-meter start. But we're now getting ready for heat number 2 of 3. Again, the first two winners, well, the first 2 places, first and second place, will get automatic qualification for the final. And then the next 2 fastest times of all the other finishers compiled and combined for the event will go through to the final later on this afternoon. On our schedule for today, as it's quite windy here at Diamond, as those of you here in St. Vincent might know, so we are contending with the breeze. So if you hear a lot of wind in the microphone, that is the issue there. So we've got the men's shot put in progress, women's long jump in progress. The women's 400 meters has gone to a straight final. Not more than 8 competitors enlisted to compete. We have the men's 400 going on now. Following this, we move into the 100-meter heats. We have the women's and men's. We have men's javelin, women's high jump, women's 1500 meters, followed by the men's 1500 meters. And then we move into the finals of the men's of the 100 meters. We'll have the men's long jump, the 400-meter finals. Women's discus will also be done. The women's 3,000 meters, and then we round out the day with the 4x100-meter events. And that would wrap up day 1 of the National Championships. Wendell Hercules National Championship here at the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium. Day 2, of course, is tomorrow. But away they go, your runners there for the second heat of the men's 400 meters. Michael Duncan, lane 2, Denrick Davis, lane 3, Giovanni Jacobs, lane 5, Lawrence Arthur, lane 6, Hashim Daniel in lane 7. No movement within the staggers there, so as they stay as they are coming around the turn, Daniel will have the advantage. Now we see movements being made on the inside. Giovanni Jacobs going by Lawrence Arthur on his outside. So coming off the turn, it is Daniel. He has the comfortable lead. Denrick Davis is now making a move on the inside. It's Davis as he moves into second place. So Daniel and Davis will take first, and the race is on for third between club mates Arthur and Jacobs. Arthur taking the third spot there, just ahead of Jacobs. But your winner, Hashim Daniel, That Academy. Second place, Denrick Davis of Excel Track Club, your 2 automatic qualifiers for this afternoon's final. And then third place goes to Lawrence Arthur. Again, the scoreboard not operational as yet, so not able to give you the times for the those who are in contention for the last two qualifying spots, the time qualifiers. So we'll just have to wait until the final list is presented, and then we'll let you know who those finalists are. Third and final heat now, making their way out onto the track. Slated to compete are Avin Stapleton, XL Track Club, Keswick Garrick, Exceed Sports Club, Lemore Olivier, That Academy, George Baker, Exceed Sports Club, Azari Horn, Exceed Sports Club, and Kelson Robertson of Mustangs from the North Leeward down on the northwestern end of mainland St. Vincent. So Stapleton is there as we see them now taking their starting positions. It's Stapleton, Avin Stapleton, XL Track Club, he goes in lane 1. Keswick Garrick, Exceed Sports Club is in lane 2. Jorani Welcome is in lane 3 from Châteauguay. Welcome would have represented St. Vincent and the Grenadines at this year's Carifta Games. Lemore Olivier is there. Jod Baker is absent. And rounding out your field, it's Azari Horn of Exceed and Kelson Robertson of Mustangs Track Club. The clubs being represented here at this year's championships, of course, the That Academy, Exceed Track Club, High Performance, XL Track Club, Mustangs, Roses Academy, and they're also, well, there's one competitor from Grenada, from Velocity Track Club in Grenada. Not sure of what event he will be in. And there's also registration from the Elite Club from Barbados. So a few regional visitors will be featured in our events for over the next 2 days, over this weekend at the Wendell Hercules National Championships, of course. We welcome them. And to those of you who may be in the Spice Isle of Grenada or in Barbados who are taking our championships, we welcome you and say thank you for joining us here on VC3. And of course, those of you who are here at home or abroad taking in our national championships. Pleasure, of course, to have you here viewing. Voice in the background there on the stadium PA system, Mr. Keith Joseph, president of Team Athletics SVG. That's indicating to the starter that he has the green light from the finish line team to go ahead and set off the third and final heat. So again, your automatic qualifiers so far, Kareem Clark and Jubril Olivier of Heat 1, Hashim Daniel and Denrick Davis from Heat 2, and the Heat 3 now getting ready to face the starter. Again, Avin Stapleton, XL Track in lane 1. Keswick Garrick, Exceed Sports Club, lane 2. Jorani Welcome, Châteauguay, lane 3. Lemore Olivier, That, lane 4. Azar Horn, Exceed, lane 5. Kelson Robertson, Mustangs, lane 6. You could look for the running in this event to come from the middle of your lanes. Welcome Olivier in lanes 3 and 4. Horn already going well, of course, out there in lane 6. And they already, those three already starting to move away from the rest of the field. Horn running very well there on the outside. 150 meters to go as they come off the turn. And now Olivier just steps on the gas just a bit just to press past him. Welcome will now be looking to do the same, and they do that. So it's Olivier and Welcome. 1 and 2 as Horn starts to fade just a bit, but will hold on to that third spot. So he'll be on candidate for the time final, for a time qualifier that is, but it's Lemore Olivier, your winner, followed by Jorani Welcome, That Academy, and Azari Horn in third. So the balance of the times will be all listed, and the top 2 of the remaining athletes will go through to the final to join Kareem Clark, Jubril Oliver, Hashim Daniel, Denrick Davis, Jorani Welcome, and Lemore Oliver in that final later on this afternoon. The attention now will shift to the top of the track where we'll have the heats for the 100-meter events. We should have 2 heats for the women's, depending on those who, well, how many people make an appearance. And there are 5 heats listed for the men's 100-meter event. But again, currently in progress are the women's long jump and the men's shot put. Seeing the defending long jump champion, the tall, striking frame of Amaya Edwards, is waiting to compete. Her teammate, Luandre Franklin, takes a jump there. So again, we're coming to you live from the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. These championships were actually slated to have taken place last weekend here at the stadium, but due to the fact that, of course, last weekend is when we begin our 10 days of the premier cultural festival, Vincimas 2026, featuring the, well, on Friday afternoon, the Junior Carnival, the Kiddies Carnival event. Team Athletics SVG thought it prudent to bring these championships forward by 1 week and have them on this weekend instead. Following that weekend, on the Carnival weekend, of course, a lot of these athletes are competing and are already up for selection for several regional meets for national representation, first of which will be held over the Carnival weekend, July 4th or 6th and 7th, or 4th and 6th. Let me get my dates correct. So don't want to be giving you incorrect information here. So the weekend, Carnival weekend here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the 4th and 5th, all right, will be the OECS Championships in St. Kitts Nevis. That team has pretty much already been selected. That announcement, the final announcement, the official announcement of that team will be made early in the coming week. Following that will be the NACAC Under 18 and Under 23 Championship set for Apisco, Mexico. Then there are 2 major meets that are pretty much happening back-to-back. That will be the CAC Games in the Dominican Republic and the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. And we have the CAC Games, sorry, the Commonwealth Games run from July 27th to August 1st. And then the CAC Games then run from August 2nd to August 8th. And also a more minor event, but still a major one on the national calendar, more localized calendar. The 2026 Windward Islands School Games will be held in St. Lucia, where some of these athletes who are on display here today will be representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines in track and field. Of course, the Windward Islands School is a multi-disciplined event, multi-disciplined competition, which features track and field, football, men's and women's basketball, netball, along with men's and women's volleyball. So as we hear at the National Track and Field Championships, some of those athletes, well, some of these athletes will be a part of the track and field setup for the Windward Islands School Games. The men's put currently in progress listed are of Nan Excel Track Club. This is Francis, Jaquan Francis, now taking his position in the shot put circle. He has a seed distance of 12.29 meters. Does a bit of a glide technique to get that one up and out. It's a go through to be measured. So 11:46 is his distance, 11.46 meters. And next up will be Maxwell Pompey of the Exceed Sports Club. Opts for a stationary throw, but is deemed a foul throw, being told by the official the infringement is the way that he held on to the implement, the shot put. So this is the third round of throws here for the throwers. This is now a spin technique used there by Tariq Compton of the Exceed Sports Club. One of the two Compton brothers here in this event. The two Compton brothers would have done well for themselves and their club at the 2026 Whitsuntide Games in Grenada, where they finished second and third in the event. 12.44 the distance there for Compton. Not entirely to his pleasure, as he expresses some disdain with that distance. Next up will be Kirk Hamlet. This is not the third round, this is the final round, so Hamlet is currently your leader here for the event. Again, a big throw there from the defending champion. Oh, well, let's see if he is actually the leader. 14.4 there for Hamlet. And next up is Jimmer Compton, the second of the Compton brothers, hailing from the largest island of Beckway, on the south side of Beckway, taking the 9-mile journey part in these national championships. So Compton uses, again, the spin technique, but it is a foul. Just losing his composure and stepping outside of the area. Final round of the shot put is now officially complete. Top three finishers there saw Kirk Hamlet successfully defending his national championship from last year with a distance of 14.46 meters. Jamal Compton finished in second with 14.13 meters. And then third place to Tariq Compton, 12.75 meters. So the Compton brothers again in second and third for their event. So again, the completion there of the shot put event. There, your top three positions. Again, Kirk Hamlet defending with 14.46 meters. He's your winner. Second place and silver medalist Jamal Compton of the Exceed Sports Club with 14.13 meters. And your third place thrower Tariq Compton of Exceed Sports Club, 12.75 meters. Now we turn our attention back to the track for Heat 1 of the women's 100-meter heats. So listed in the, well, Heat 1, we have Kenisha Richards of High Performance, who, she is there actually, yes, so Kenisha Richards is there. Shaquania Jacobs is out. Alibia Stapleton of Roses Academy. Carla Bennett of High Performance. Tia Laborde of Mustangs. Melissa Robertson, Idat Academy. Horana Patterson, Mustangs. And Shalise Williams of High Performance. So it looks like we have athletes up to lane number 6, as Patterson and Williams don't seem to be on the track, along with Shaquania Jacobs, who is also out, still recovering from an injury sustained at her season at Central Arizona College. So your lane assignments for heat number 1, Kenisha Richards, High Performance in lane 1. Olivia Stapleton, Roses Academy, lane 2. Carla Bennett, High Performance, lane 3. Tia Laborde, Mustangs, lane 5, sorry. And Melissa Robertson, That Academy, in lane 6. Out and away, and already Tia Laborde moving away. She's has on her inside there Kenisha Richards. So it is Laborde, Richards, followed by Bennett. They're your top 3. The top 3. Your top 3 runners there. 2 heats means that for process for qualification is the top 3 for both heats will automatically qualify, and then the next 2 fastest times. Stadium record for this event set last year during these national championships by Xenia Herbert of Panama in a time of 11.64 seconds. The national record held by Natasha Mayer's 11.02 seconds, set back in 2002. So we have now on the track the runners there for heat number 2. In lane 1, it's Kelsey Straw, High Performance. Lane 2, one of two sisters, Andronique Franklin of the Exceed Sports Club. And in lane 3, just on her right, is her sister, Luandra Franklin, also of Exceed Sports Club. In lane 4, Kiana John, It That Academy. Lane 5, Shaikina Francis, High Performance. Lane 6, Layla Carter, Mustangs. And then listed, and then on the outside is Kiara Sandy of It That Academy. So Layla Carter seems to be the athlete missing there from lane 6. As they're now sent to their marks, it's Straw, Franklin, John, Francis, Miller, and Sandy. Here for the second heat of the women's 100-meter heats. A clean break at the start, and it's Kiana John and Kelsey Straw. They're going to be battling for first and second. So it's John and Straw, and then Ariana Miller takes the third automatic qualification. So that wraps up your women's, just 2 heats of the women's 100. So your automatic qualifiers are Tia Laborde, Kenisha Richards, Carla Bennett, Kiana John, Kelsey Straw, and Ariana Miller. The next 2 finalists will be decided on time. So following this will be 5 heats of the men's 100 meters. Again, an event that always packs an electrifying punch when you have the finals, well, the potential finals, which can feature the likes of Kyle Lawrence, Keo Davis, Jadel Hector, AJ Delplesh, Darren Morgan, Jemar Sandy, and others, just to name a few. So we'll see some of those athletes here on show. Here in the heats. Again, we have 5 heats. So for qualification for this, so many heats, well, the winner, only the winner of the heats will be guaranteed a spot in the final. The next 3 will be decided on time. So these heats are expected to be quite fast and quite quick. So as they start to make their way out from the call room area situated in the end of the pavilion closest to the finish line here at the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium. Again, a stadium that is still under construction. The track is in fine form, but of course the other amenities have still to be included and put in, which is expected to be done over time. So again, you're looking at day 1 action of the 2026 Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships here from the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium, located at Diamond, just at the base of the Kings Hill Forest Reserve in Southwest Mainland St. Vincent. As we see your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners there for heat number 1 making their way out. So listed to take part in this heat, we'll wait till they line up to see who actually takes the starting blocks. Zimri Stevenson of Exceed Sports Club, Justin Lampkin, Roses Academy, Nashon Fergus, XL Track Club, Kevin Martin, Velocity Track Club, Delron Delplash Mustangs, and Cozy Rogers, XL, Delion Richardson, Exceed, and Zimroy Hunt of It That Academy. So there are 5 heats of this event to come. Your heats for the men's 100-meter final. The heats for the men's 100-meter, the final of which will be run later on this afternoon. Looking at the lineup here now, the athlete that is supposed to be so we're hearing the stadium announcer announcing the runners for this event. Now he's only read 4. He read from lane 3, Nashon Fergus of Excel Track Club. Kevin Martin is in lane 4, Velocity, Delron Delplesh of Mustangs, and Cozy Rogers of Excel. However, there are 2 other athletes in lane 1 and 2. There's a young man in a pink who I believe represents the Roses Academy. That should be Justin Lampkin. He is in lane 1, although the lane 1 athlete should be Zimri Stevenson, but he's not there. And then the next athlete is an athlete from the Excel Track Club. But nonetheless, they're on the track and are ready to go. Of course, because of our positions, if there are any updates to the lists, we're not privy because we are just a bit of a distance away from the meet manager team to have the list, any updated list. But nonetheless, under the starters orders. And there's a recall there at the start. Looks to have been Delron Delplesh moving just before the starter fired the pistol. Doesn't seem as though the false start rule is in effect. So they're called to go once again. So Justin now called back to their feet. It's Lampkin of Roses Academy, Fergus, Excel Track Club, Kevin Martin of Velocity Track Club of Grenada, Delron Delplesh, Mustangs, and Cozy Rogers, Excel Track Club. And what looks to be Zimroy Hunt over out there in lane number 8. So there's no DeLeon Richardson of the Exceed Sports Club. Also missing is Zimri Stevenson. Okay, so Lampkin of Roses just being told to go over into his correct lane. He was in lane 1 when he should have been in lane 2. So Lampkin is now in his correct lane, so he's in lane 2. Again, Fergus lane 3 of Excel Track Club. Kevin Martin lane 4, Velocity of Grenada. Lane 5, Delron Delplesh Mustangs, and lane 6, and Cozy Rogers, Excel Track Club. Then on the outside in lane 8, Zimroy Hunt, That Academy. This is heat number 1 of your men's 100-meter dash. The winner guaranteed a spot in the final along with the next 3 best times from the 5 heats. And now they are away and running, and it's Delplesh along with Martin there of Velocity. So Delplesh is your automatic qualifier, crossing the line just a hair in front of Kevin Martin of the Velocity Track Club. So again, runners are not going to be too comfortable or going to be running too comfortable or too easy if they want to get qualification to the finals, as only the winner is guaranteed a spot. So that's heat 1 out of the way, heat 1 of 5, taken there by Delron Delplesh of Mustangs. Next up will be heat 2. And listed to compete in heat 2 are Jimar Saunders of That Academy. Danville Peters, Exceed Track Club. Serrani Roban, Excel. Keo Davis, It That Academy. Jadel Hector, It That Academy. Leonardo Grant, High Performance. Troy Charles, Exceed. And Malik Graves of the Excel Track Club. So from my vantage point, you can see that Saunders is there. Keo Davis, Jadel Hector. Malik Graves. Leonardo Grant of High Performance is there as well. So heat number 2 getting ready to start here for the men's 100 meters as part of the national championships, Wendell Hercules National Championships. Corporate entities partnering with Team Athletics SVG for these championships include the Mustique Company Limited, the Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Fanfare Events, Acado SVG, and Paladin Security. Your sponsors for the 2026 Wendell Hercules National Championships. So runners now waiting the starters orders. Again, Jamal Saunders, It That Academy in lane 1. Serrani Roban. Of XL Track Club in lane 2. Keo Davis, It That Academy lane 3. Jadel Hector, It That Academy lane 4. Leonardo Grant, High Performance lane 5. Malik Graves, XL Track Club in lane 8. A correction, that's Saunders 1, Roban 3, Davis 4, Hector 5, Grant 6, and Graves in 8. So away for the first time of asking and running comfortably and easily, just bouncing away. Keo Davis is going to comfortably take heat number 2. Just behind him will be Jamal Saunders. Both of these athletes are now currently in school at West Texas College in Texas in the USA, making their way home. And then heat number 3 is going to feature Kyle Lawrence, who is also in junior college in the United States. Actually, just finished his junior college stint, where he has just recently been signed to Harding University. So congratulations going out there to Kyle Lawrence, who is set to compete in lane 4 of heat number 3, getting ready to take the track. Rest of the competitors include Travion Bergen, It That Academy, Glenroy Batiste, High Performance, Andros Denny, Chatelier, Darren Morgan, High Performance, Diego Barker, It That Academy, Mozart Lavia Jr., High Performance, and Kamar Allen of Elite Performance. Elite Performance of Barbados, but it doesn't seem as though there's an athlete on the outside there.
So now we have heat 3 of 5, heat 3 of 5, heat 3 of 5. We have lane 1 Travion Bergen of Ipda, lane 2 Glenroy Batiste of HP.
So your lane assignments for heat number 3 include Travion Bergen, It That Academy in lane 1, Glenroy Batiste of High Performance, lane 2, Andros Denny, Chatelier, lane 4, Kyle Lawrence, the aforementioned Kyle Lawrence in lane 4 of Chatelier. As well, on his right is Darren Morgan of High Performance in lane 5. Diego Barker of It That Academy is in lane 6. And then there should be Mozart Lavia Jr., who I'm not seeing standing on the start line. So your starters just awaiting the instructions there from the starter, as the stadium announcer just going through the start lineup once again. So while we have the women's long jump that has been completed, the men's javelin are now getting ready to do their event in the middle of the field. But the starters now down on their marks on the starters' orders for heat number 3. Again, the winner is the only one guaranteed a spot in the final. Everyone else competes for 3 timed finals. Stadium record 10.39 seconds set last year by Makesh Compton. National record 10.13 seconds set by Earl Simmons. Out and away, and already pulling away. It's Kyle Lawrence. As expected, he's going to pull Morgan and Denny with him. But he comfortably crosses the line and takes heat number 3 as the automatic qualifier. And then Andros Denny in 3rd place. Looks like a time of 10.95 there for Kyle Lawrence. And then 11.05 there. So that's 10.96 actually for Lawrence. 11.05 for Morgan. Next on the track will be heat number 4. Your lane assignments include Devon Adams of It That Academy in lane 1, Jadel Woods, It That Academy lane 2, Desroy Kwame, It That Academy lane 3, AJ Delplesh Mustangs in 4, Mataniah Stapleton of Mustangs in 5, Kyle Derrick High Performance in 6, Avin Stapleton Excel Track Club in 7, and Kishawn Charles of High Performance in 8. Those are the listed athletes. We'll see who actually takes the blocks to see if all athletes are there. You see Kwame, Delplesh there. Stapleton is also there. Well, at least one Stapleton, Avin Stapleton, that is. Kyle Derrick is also on the line. Kishawn Charles is there as well. AJ Delplesh, Desroy Kwame. So it looks like just one lane is empty. Devon Adams of It That Academy, Jadel Woods, It That, and Desroy Kwame are all there, along with AJ Delplesh in lane 4. Mataniah Stapleton, lane 5, is not there. So Stapleton, Mataniah Stapleton is in the missing lane. So off they go, and already it's AJ Delplesh pulling away, and he's going to take this one comfortably. The race is going to be on for 2nd place, a flash time there of 10.7 there for Delplesh. So it's 10.72 there for Delplesh. The 2nd spot, 11.15, goes to Kyle Derrick. And 11.24 for Desroy Kwame. So the 5th and final heat is now set to come. Which will feature Sahin Jack of Elite Performance, Ubadiah Ford, It That Academy, Romario Horn, Mustangs, Romar Stapleton, Mustangs, Jeremy Martin, It That, Antonio Martin, It That, and Lawrence Arthur of Excel. So I'm also just understanding there are set to be 2 finals to be run later on this afternoon, an A final and a B final. The A final will feature the top 8 fastest times. So the 5 winners of these heats, along with the next 3 fastest times. And in the B final will be the next 8 fastest times. So some of these athletes will get the opportunity to run a second round or a final round of the 100 meter this afternoon. So again, there'll be 2 finals, the A final, which features the winners of the heats along with the next 3 fastest times. They will compile the A final of the 100 meters, and the B final will be the next 8 fastest on the track. So again, your lane assignments, it's Sign Jack of Elite Performance, doesn't seem to be there. Then there's Ubadiah Ford, That Academy. Ford is present. Romario Horn, Mustangs, Romas Stapleton. That's all. So lane 4 is also another empty lane. Jeremy Martin is on the track. And also too is Antonio Martin. And Lawrence Arthur running in lane 7. Athletes on the starters orders. They're set away, and then there's a recall. Break at the start. Looks like Arthur might have moved just before the gun was sounded, so they're going to be called back to the start, reset to go once again. This is the 5th and final heat once again, folks, in the 100 meter heats. Following this should be the women's 1500 meters, then the men's 1500 meters. Under starters orders once again. And there's a second recall. Not sure who was the guilty party this time around. I was unable to see. So again, we say thank you to the Mustique Company Limited, KCCU, Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Fanfare Events, Acado SVG, and Paladin Security for their partnership with Team Athletics SVG here in this 2026 National Championships, Wendell Hercules National Championships. So for the 3rd time of asking, the runners now under starters orders once again. And once again, there is another recall. Looks like this time around, the runner in lane 2 seems to be the one who was a little premature in his movement out of the set position. So they're recalled to go one more time. So it's Ubadiah Ford, lane 2. That Academy, Romario Horn, lane 3. Jeremy Martin, lane 5. Antonio Martin, lane 6. Lawrence Arthur in lane 7. The 5th and final heat of the men's 100 meters. Again, winners get automatic qualification to the final, along with the next 3 fastest times. That will be the A final, and then the B final will feature the next 8 fastest times from these heats. So let's see if we have a clean break this time around. They're out and away. Yes, we do. So 4 runners. And it's Jeremy Martin who steps away in control of this one. 11.1 is the flash time there for Martin. Lawrence Arthur on the outside of him crosses in 11.38, 11.13. The final time there for Martin, 11.38 there for Arthur. As that wraps the men's 100-meter heats.
Mary Martin, Lawrence Arthur, and Antonio Martin. These are from IFDAT, Arthur from FX.
So we have these gentlemen will then have a few hours to rest and relax themselves before the A and B finals later on this afternoon. So we have the men's javelin that is getting ready to commence at the top end of the facility. And then the women's high jump will be the next field event for the women at the lower end of the stadium facility.
The beginning of the meet was pressed out by the way Vincent's ramble. Passing area of his mother, Rita Togo. 1500-meter runners, please. 1500-meter runners.
So just a slight break in the action, but as we get ready for the next track event, well, actually getting ready for the next set of events to begin. The men's javelin, the women's high jump, where we see the equipment just being assembled, and then the athletes for the women's 1500 meter run. There'll be 4 of them. There are 6 listed. Kyra Samuel of Exceed Sports Club, Afia Thomas, High Performance, Zenique Jordan, Roses Academy, Samara Pear, Roses Academy, and Aya Stapleton and Jada Davis, also both of High Performance. However, 2 athletes not there in the persons of Kyra Samuel and Samara Pear, which just leaves Jada Davis, Aya Stapleton, Zenique Jordan, and Afia Thomas, those 4, to compete for honors here in the women's 1500 meter final. 2 of these athletes in Jada Davis and Aya Stapleton representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines earlier this year in the 2026 Carifta Games held in St. George's, Grenada. Jada Davis making a name for herself, a very young athlete, actually who was just between 12 and 13 years of age, and in first form at the the Barley Secondary School. Burst onto the scene at the Carifta Trials and also at the ISAC Championships, Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships. She's just on the, of the 3 athletes in the green, she's the one on the extreme left. There, Aya Stapleton in the middle, Afia Thomas on the right, and then in the pink is Zenique Jordan. So just 4 athletes who are making their way across to the start line for the 1500 meter run. The record for this event held by national record Shafika Maloney, 4 minutes 14.60 seconds, set in 2024. It's certainly not going to be troubled here this afternoon. The stadium record was set last year by Annalisa Brown in the time of, she's of Grenada, 5 minutes 8.37 seconds. Fastest seed time in this event is coming from Aya Stapleton in 5 minutes 9.00 seconds. So she is closest to the stadium record. If she gets pushed, she could probably see the first record fall for these championships. But we'll see what happens as the 4 athletes now take the start line and await the starter to set them on their way. They'll have 3 3/4 laps around this track. Then this will be followed by the men's 1500 meters, which has quite a lot more athletes, where we have only 4 here for the women. There are 13 listed to take part in the men's race, but we'll see how many of them actually step on to the track. So again, just reminding you of the regional events, regional competitions set to come up later this year. In 2 weeks, we have the 2026 OECS Championships. That will be held in St. Kitts Nevis, Basseterre, St. Kitts Nevis. Again, that team will be officially announced early next week. Then we'll have the NACAC Under 18 and Under 23 Championships in Apisco, Mexico, July 10th to 12th. And then there's the Windward Islands School Games, CAC Championships, and the Commonwealth Games. Windward Islands School Games to be held in St. Lucia, CAC Games in Santo Domingo, and the Glasgow, Scotland will host the Commonwealth Games. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. So off they go, and of course the trio there of High Performance already moves to the lead. It is Jada Davis there and Aya Stapleton, shoulder to shoulder. Behind them, Afia Thomas, and then back there in the pink, just going across the finish line, Zenique Jordan, Roses Academy. 2 laps remaining. Well, correction, they'll have 2 laps to go when they come back around and cross the finish line. To remind you, you can follow all Team Athletics activities and events on social media. Team Athletics SVG on Facebook, ta.svg on Instagram, and also the championship page, TASVG Championships, also on Instagram. You can follow those social media accounts for up-to-date coverage of Team Athletics events. And you can also log on to www.teamathleticssv St. Vincent, teamathleticssvg.com, the official website. So it's the 1500 meters women. Your top 2 runners almost mirroring each other in running style. Aya Stapleton, Jada Davis. Again, 2 Curfew Games competitors from earlier this year. They also featured at the Whitsuntide Games, also in Grenada. Afia Thomas is in 3rd. She gets ready to cross the finish line, and about 100 meters, about 80 meters back, it's Zenique Jordan of Rose's Academy. It's shaping up to be a ding-dong battle, an in-house fight here within the high-performance camp between Jada Davis and Aya Stapleton. Stapleton seems to be fading just a bit there as Davis is maintaining her stride frequency, stride length, starting to pull away from Stapleton. So as we said, a name to remember and a face to watch, Jada Davis. Look out for this young lady in terms of distance running in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Already set records at the National Schools Championships earlier this year, the 3,000 meters, as well as I believe the 1,000 meter events, which she took part in. As we hear the bell now being sounded for Davis. So we could very well, as I said, see the stadium record fall. It is 5 minutes 8 point. The clock now at 3 minutes 48 seconds. 5 minutes 08 is the stadium record set by Annalisa Brown of Grenada last year. But it's all Jada Davis in control of this event. 300 meters to go there for the young runner. She has about an 80-meter lead and extending on Aya Stapleton, who is now at the 300-meter mark. So it's about 50 meters, 50 to 80 meters there for your leader. And then another wide gap between 2nd and 3rd. 3rd place is Afia Thomas of High Performance. And with about 30 meters to go to the bell is your 4th place runner, Zenique Jordan of Rose's Academy. But 150 meters to go. And it is Jada Davis rounding the turn and coming in. Looks like she's looking at the clock. Maybe she just might miss the stadium record, but she's now shifted gears and is really pumping, driving hard. The clock now at 5 minutes 4 seconds. She's got about 30 meters to go. So nope, she's going to miss the stadium record, but she is going to take this women's 1,500-meter run. 5 minutes 12.0 seconds, the flash time there for Jada Davis, taking the women's 1,500-meter event. So it's 5:12.04. That is a personal best there for Davis. And then Aya Stapleton crosses the line in 2nd place. And here now comes Afia Thomas. So it's a 1-2-3, a sweep in the women's 1,500 meters there for High Performance. The young Jada Davis, again, remember that name, as it relates to track and field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She is another name who is likely to be a household name for Vincentian athletics, such as is the state of names like Handel Roban, Shafika Maloney, Keo Davis, Kyle Lawrence, and others. Jada Davis, your winner of your women's 1500 meter final in a time of 5 minutes 12.04 seconds. And your final competitor now getting some support from the crowd as she heads down towards the finish line. Zenique Jordan Rose's Academy. It's about 40 meters to go to complete this event. So next up will be the men's 1500 meters. And on this list, we have Joshua Prescott of Châteauguay, Zachary Hepburn, Mustangs, DeAndre Oliver, Mustangs, Diallo Bergen, It That Academy, Duffel Adams Jr., It That Academy, Alvin Hepburn, Roses Academy, Malachi Nero, Exceed Sports Club, Jeremiah Wright, It That Academy, Omari John, High Performance, and Omani Cupid, also of It That Academy. So, three athletes who are originally on the list are no-shows: Henrique Francois from Mustangs Academy, Jonathan Wickham of Mustangs, and Kenneth Gurley of It That Academy. They are listed but not in the race, which again leaves us with Joshua Prescott, who is walking at the front of the line there. Behind him is Zachary Hepburn, and they're just running out ahead. There goes Malachi Nero. Also in the lineup, DeAndre Oliver, Diallo Bergen, Duffel Adams Jr., Alvin Hepburn, Jeremiah Wright, Omari John, and Omani Cupid. For those of you who were following the National Lotteries Authority Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships, the ISAC Championships, would have remembered a ding-dong battle between Jeremiah Wright and Alvin Hepburn, in Jonathan Wickham in the 800-meter event. But Wickham, well, he's not in the 1500. Not sure if that means he will not run the 800 meters tomorrow. But we were set to have the maybe another rematch. So following this 1500-meter event, there will be a short break in the track and field competition. Well, at least the track competition, the high jump and men's javelin is still ongoing. Well, the men's javelin is ongoing. The women's high jump will be on shortly. But the start there of your men's 1500-meter final, again, Joshua Prescott, Zachary Hepburn, DeAndre Oliver, Diallo Bergen, Duffel Adams Jr., Alvin Hepburn, Malachi Nero, your leader, Jeremiah Wright, Omari John, and Omani Cupid. So it's Malachi, John, just on the heels there of Malachi Nero. Then behind him, Zachary Hepburn. Then there we have Jeremiah Wright. Again, really broke through at the schools championships this year. Represented SVG at the Carifta Games as well. Then just on his shoulder, it is Omani Cupid. Behind him from Mustangs is DeAndre Oliver. And then Joshua Prescott making up the first group of runners. But it's still Malachi Nero there just ahead of the chasing crowd, leading the pack. Just about 2.5 laps remaining. Now we see they're starting to thin out just a bit. It's Nero. Now Zachary Hepburn is in second with Omari John in third. Jeremiah Wright now making his way up to John's shoulder. So it's Nero, Hepburn, John Wright right now there with the slight advantage in third place. Cupid, Prescott, Alvin Hepburn. Then we have Duffel Adams Jr., DeAndre Olivier. Diallo Bergen is your final runner there. And now we see Hepburn now eases in front of Nero. Gonna have 700 meters left in this race, this 1500 meter run. It is Hepburn, Nero, and Wright. Seems like they're just starting to put a bit of a distance between themselves and Jeremiah Wright. Nero now takes the lead once again, goes by Hepburn. This could very well come down to a sprint finish here for this 1500 meters, so we'll see how it goes out. It's Malachi Nero, your leader. Zitri Hepburn just behind him. A few steps back there, we have Jeremiah Wright, your school's champion in the intermediate division. And he has opened up a gap between him. Well, it seems like we've lost one runner. Omani Cupid seems to drop out there. We hear the bell. So it's Nero, Hepburn, Wright, John. Hepburn again, Alvin Hepburn this time around. But they're your leaders as they go around the turn. Zitri Hepburn ensuring that Malachi Nero doesn't get too far ahead of him. 300 meters left to go for your leaders. Malachi Nero of the Exceed Sports Club, Zitri Hepburn of Mustangs. They're gone clear of Jeremiah Wright, who is comfortably in third place. Hepburn, Nero now stepping on the gas, trying to stay ahead of Hepburn. 200 meters to go. Hepburn is now going to try to find another gear to see if he can cut into that slight lead there for Malachi Nero. Not seeming to be doing it. Nero now coming off the turn and now coming into your home stretch. It's Malachi Nero ahead of Zitri Hepburn, Exceed Sports Club, Mustangs Track Club. It's Nero. Nero is going to take this one. Unless Hepburn finds something, and Hepburn now digs deeper, but it's Nero. Nero's still going to hold on. Malachi Nero is going to take this event. 4 minutes 10.8 is the flash time. So it looks like 4 minutes 10.74 there for Malachi Nero. That sets a new stadium record. The record of 4 minutes 12.34 seconds set by Antoine Blackett last year has been broken there by Malachi Nero. The stadium record, that is. Second place goes to Zitri Hepburn. And third place, Jeremiah Wright of Itdat Academy. So as we have the men complete their 1500 meter run, we have the women's high jump getting ready to begin. So we've got the women's high jump that is now getting ready to, well, commence. There are two competitors there. We have Amaya Edwards along with Alika Smith, Amaya Edwards of the Exceed Sports Club, and Alika Smith of Roses Academy. These athletes are no stranger to each other. As a matter of fact, they were first and second at the Whitsuntide Games in Grenada earlier this year. Amaya Edwards winning that event, jumping 1.55 meters. Alika Smith was second, 0.5. Set to compete in this event. So the lead will be beginning start at a height of 1. For Smith of Roses. There. Can make it up end of stadium area to bring you a bit of the javelin event. Your javelin competitors include Leron Simmons of Roses Academy, Neovor Nanton Excel Track Club, and Maxwell Pompey, Jimor Compton, Tariq Compton, all of the Exceed Sports Club. This looks like pop.
guys. So what's going on? Oh shit, bro.
As Alex to make her run up on in the women's jump. There's 3 competitors in the competition area. Again, Maya Edwards of Exceed Sports Club, or correction, it's 2, still the 2. Maya Club and Elijah Smith of Rose. Both athletes just airing at the starting height was 1.30 meters. They should be somewhere around the 1.4 or 1.45 region. We'll confirm that for you momentarily. As we now see Edwards take her attempt. And she just brushes the bar with her, but it stays on, so it is good clearance. At 1.50 meters. So it's 1.504 Edwards. Like a Smith. Edwards already has her name in the national record books, having a primary school's high jump record as well as a secondary school's high jump record. The intermediate girls, she shares the intermediate girls high jump record. Now it's Alika Smith pulling out of that approach. Clearly not comfortable with it. So she makes her way back to the top of her run-up and goes again. So the rematch of the high jump competition for the Whitsuntide Games last year, where Smith would have finished second and Edwards finished first. So that is a clearance there. Smith not making a complete rotation as she goes across the bar. She still went over just a little bit sideways. So the side of her hip just brushed against the bar, but it stayed on. So it's a clean jump. So the height now going up to 1.5 meters. And Edwards, the first to attempt 155. This was also the winning height at the Vincentian Games, and it is a good jump. It's good. So she clears 155. And now it's the turn of Smith, Alika Smith of Roses Academy. Another club from the northwestern end of the mainland St. Vincent, or as we say locally, in the North Leeward area. And once again, takes her approach and aborts it. And tries once again. So that one knocks down the bar. It's not enough height. She hit that one there with about the middle of her back. Does have an aggressive to the bar, which is not bad. To get that explosion, to get up and over the bar. So her one was not bad, but still not getting that full rotation or getting enough height as she tried to clear 155. So she's got 2 more attempts at this height. To basically wait for the out of either this or her next attempt afterwards. So Alika Smith, attempt number 2, 1.55 meters, women's high jump. Two previous jumps. Goes back to reset and go once again. And there she does make a good clearance. So she clears 1.50 meters. Sorry, 1.55 meters. And now the bar goes up to a height of 1.60. Stadium record for this event is 1.65. It was set by Destiny Sinak of St. Lucia last year as part of the Windward Island School Games. Sinak, incidentally, also went on to win the girls' high jump at the Carifta Games this year. I think it was the under 20 in the under 20 category. Not exactly sure. National record stands at 1.73 meters by Marvet Collis from way back in 19. So some discussion between the competitors and the officials. So the bar is now being raised 5.7. That was the discussion between the competitors. The bar is raised by 5 centimeters until it gets to a required height, and then it goes up by 3 or by 2. So it goes now from 1.5 to 150. As we look to, well, down towards the south, and the heavy, ominous rain cloud, dark cloud, is setting itself up. So we hope that we don't have the threat of rain. We are in the hurricane season. We have been experiencing a tropical wave over the last few days, some heavy showers, especially over the last 3 or 4. Rained a bit this morning, but we did have a break. Sunshine, but we're seeing some heavy clouds now starting to set themselves up. So hopefully that's all we get, just the clouds. But that's enough for your weather report here as we go back to the high jump action. And Amaya Edwards now getting ready to make her attempt at the height of 1.57 meters here in the women's high jump. It's Edwards of Micah Smith Roses Academy. Edwards goes up and cleared the bar, but that low-hanging leg pulled the bar over. So Smith now has the opportunity to of Edwards if she can make a first-time clearance of this 1.57 meters. Edwards currently in the lead as she cleared 1.55 on her first attempt. Smith would have needed 2. But should Smith make a first-time clearance on this 1.57, then she will move ahead of Amaya Edwards. So she gets the green flag, gets the go-ahead from the officials. Let's see if she run up as she has been doing, or if she will go through with the attempt. So, and she does abort it. And makes her way back to the top of the run-up. The musical vibes of local Vincentian artist, the Problem Child in the background. We are in the heat of Vinci Mass. And that is a foul attempt. So they are now, well, it still stands the same with Edwards in the lead. Edwards leading. And Smith in second place. The second attempt at 1.57 meters. Amaya Edwards. And she does it. It's a good clearance there of 1.57 there for Amaya Edwards. Smith now will want to keep pace with Edwards and will also want to make a clearance on her second attempt. Knock this one down. She would be further back of Edwards. But all hope won't quite be lost as yet. So Smith getting her bearings, getting her starting point correct. So again, she makes her approach and pulls out of it. And is going to make it to the top of the run-up. Alika Smith Roses Academy, second attempt at 1.57 meters here in your women's high jump. Smith goes up and she knocks it down. It's not what she would have wanted, but she does have one more opportunity. So Smith, as I said, knocking the bar down again, not gaining enough height to clear the bar. Just getting a few pointers from a clubmate here there with her. Edwards, Amaya Edwards already has 1 gold medal in her collection for 2025, well 2026, sorry, this year. She won the women's height long jump today with a personal best, 5.4 meters. Not sure of the exact distance, but in the 5.4 range. So she's won the women's long jump. She'll be seeking to make a sweep of these jumping events this weekend. Just recently, not recently, but will graduate from the St. Vincent Community College this coming Tuesday. And was awarded an achievement award at their sports awards recently. And now I'm starting the rain, as I said, that has been threatening, has now started to make its way down. So this was always a threat here today. So it looks like there's going to be a slight pause in the high jump action. The men's javelin has been completed. The high jump is still yet to be completed. However, it looks like uh, a well, I would hope it's just a shower of rain, but the way this cloud looks, folks, it looks as though we might have a lengthy delay. Although we are in a break between the events here this afternoon, but we would have at least liked to have the high jump event completed before the rain decides to pour. So the bar again at a height of 1.57 meters. Alika Smith has one attempt remaining at that height. Amaya Edwards has already cleared it, so she's your leader. And as I had been saying, that she's on a quest to sweep these jumping events here this well, sorry, Smith did clear it on her third attempt. So it's Edwards now. The bar now being raised to, I would assume, either 1.59 or 1.60. So Edwards now setting herself to, of course, wanting to make a first-time clearance. And doesn't do it, doesn't make that first clearance. So she'll go back to the start of her run-up. And she aborts that one. It looks like, well, it looks as though Smith is out of the competition, as she's remaining competitor here in the women's high jump. We'll give you the height momentarily. Needing more height to clear that one. So she's already won the high jump. She's already won the long jump. She is your winner for the high jump. As it looks as though that will complete the event. Oh no, she has one more attempt. So again, the bar now at a height of 1.58 meters, but in the meantime, as the rain has made it, virtually put a pause on the competition. Edwards does have one more attempt at the height of 1.58 meters. She is the lone competitor remaining, so she's already, as I said, secured gold in the high jump competition. Alika Smith in second. Edwards also won the long jump event early this morning, and tomorrow will be aiming to do the triple, take the triple crown and win the triple jump event tomorrow. But for right now, it's rain here at the National Stadium, the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium at Diamond. We still have one more jump attempt at the height of 1.57 meters for Amaya Edwards in the women's high jump. But nonetheless, our coverage, while we may take a short break for right now, will continue here for today, day one of the Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships, being sponsored by Mustique Company Limited, the Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Ocado SVG, Paladin Security Limited, and Fanfare Events. So back here at the high jump area, Beach Stadium, day one, the Team Athletics SVG National Championships. I'll have one competitor still remaining in the women's high jump with one attempt remaining at the height of 1.58 meters. Amaya Edwards, already your winner from the Exceed Sports Club. Now is at somewhat of a disadvantage, as with that break of about 10 to 15 minutes, she has to try to get herself back into a jumping form. The momentum that she would have had has been broken, and she only has one. It's not like she has maybe 2 or 3 attempts where she can jump herself back into what I like, not competition form, but as I said, since the momentum would have been broken during that hour, she's at a further disadvantage as she only has one attempt remaining at this height of 1.58. Now, again, she's already the winner. She's already won the event, 1.57 meters, but she's making her final attempt of 3. 3 attempts at each height is what the jumpers have. At one, she's now, the bar is now at 1.58. So Edwards brought 3 medals home from the Whitsuntide Games, a bronze in the long jump, bronze in the triple jump, and gold in the high jump. She's already won high jump, well, long jump gold here this morning. She also, has already secured the high jump gold medal. She is the winner, being that she is the last competitor. And then tomorrow she'll be aiming to win the triple jump competition to make a clean sweep of these jump events at this 2026 championships. Now, not sure what the officials are debating, but they want to make sure they get this jump attempt in before the rain starts to fall again. So the green flag is up. Edwards with her third and final attempt. 1.58 meters for Amaya Edwards of the Exceed Sports Club here in the women's high jump. And unfortunately, doesn't get just that last and final attempt at 1.58, but she doesn't clear it. So she finishes the competition with a height of 1.57 meters, but has secured the gold medal nonetheless. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. The women's triple jump, where she is the favorites, and if memory serves me correctly, is the defending champion in the triple jump event. So we'll be looking to make a clean sweep of these jumping events here this weekend. The Wendell Hercules National Championships coming to you live here on VC3. Championships are partnered corporately with the Mustique Company Limited, Ocado SVG, Fanfare Events, the Kingstown Cooperative Limited, and Paladin Security Limited. So as the championships continues here today, the next events we will have coming your way later on this afternoon will be the finals of the 100 meters, the 400 meters, the 3,000 meters, and the 4x100 meter relay. So it's a pause in the action on the track and on the field, both in the timetable and in the weather, as there is a light shower of rain coming down over the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium, and rain threatening to be even heavier as we are in the midst of a tropical wave here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But nonetheless, our coverage will continue once the action resumes here from the Sir Vincent Beach here on VC3 at the 2026 Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships.
representing Academy Grenadines. And the winner.
The second position, also from XC, Jamal Compton. Jamal Compton. National Champion 2026 from High Performance with a throw of 14.46 meters, Kirk Amlet. Give them some applause there. Clap, clap, clap. Good, and we have you there for the camera. We took you up on the camera. You got your nice picture there. So when you get your award, you turn to the left and get on the camera. VC3. And everybody else. Okay. All right. We go to the women's 100 meter hurdles. Women's 100 meter hurdles. In second position, Jaden Edwards-Barry of IDAT Academy. 16.23 seconds of performance. National Champion 2026, LeBron, IDAT Academy. 14.56 seconds. Thank you. You take some pictures there and then you turn left and we get you on camera. Turn left, ladies, this way. Let's get you on VC3. Call all your friends and family then. Yes. All right. Okay. Women's long jump. Women's long jump in third position. Kiana John of IDAT. 5.13 meters. In second position, Kiana Bailey, IDAT, 5.28 meters. National Champion 2026 from Exceed Sports Club, Amaya Edwards, 5.52 meters. Yeah. Now you get your VC3 showcase. All right. Okay, you get the thumbs up there from VC3. Javelin throw women. Alison Antwine from High Performance, 29.84 meters. Men's javelin. In third position, Maxwell Pompey, Exceed Sports Club, 42.31 meters. In second position, Jamal Compton, Exceed Sports Club, 42.68 meters. National Champion 2026, also from Exceed Sports Club, 42.79 meters, Tariq Compton.
Okay, thank you.
Remember we won on VC3? Homegrown. Okay, women's 1500 meters. In third position, from high performance with a time of 6:08:59, Afia Thomas. Afia Thomas. In second position, also from high performance, with a time of 5:37.69, Aya Stapleton. National champion 2026, from high performance with a time of 5:12:04, Jada Davis. Men's 1500 meters. In third position, young and upcoming youngster, still under 17 from Indat Academy with a time of 4:19:48, Jeremiah Wright. Jeremiah. In second position, with a time of 4:11:41 from Mustangs, Zachary Hepburn. And national champion 2026 with a new stadium record of 4:10:74 from Exceed Sports Club, Malachi Nero. Following the women's high jump. All right, the women's high jump in second position with a leap of 1.55 meters from Rose's Academy, Aliaka Smith. National champion 2026 with a leap of 1.57 meters from Exceed Sports Club, Amaya Edwards. We're now up to date with the awards. We now have the 100 meters finals. Thank you very much, Hercules family, for your continued support. We're always happy to see you here, because every time you come here, we see Harley here. Happy for the 100 meters, please. To the call room and then down to the start line. 100 meters, women first, followed by the 100 meters, men. You see, we start a little long to the start line. Used to be a runner.
Fergus, Lawrence Arthur, Andros Denny, Serrani Robin, Jadel Hector, Kyle Derrick, Desroy Kwame, and Cozy Rogers. And your A final, the 8 fastest times, Darren Morgan, Jamal Saunders, Kyle Lawrence, Keo Davis, AJ Delplesh, Delron Delplesh, Jeremy Martin, and Kevin Martin. But as we see at the top of the 100-meter mark, the start of the 100 meters, your finalists for the women's 100 meters are setting their blocks. But as we continue with the rest of the finals, we have the women's 400-meter finals, where we have just 4 competitors: Zakisha Kelly, Aria Carter, Jaden Edwards Barry, Kessian John. And for the men's, who would have qualified from the heats this morning, Lawrence Arthur, Giovanni Jacobs, Jorani Welcome, Denrick Davis, Lemore Olivier, Jubril Olivier, Kareem Clark, and Hashim Daniel. So we'll have the still to come this afternoon, the men's and women's 100 meters, which are about to get started. This will be followed by the 400 meters. Then we have the 3,000 meters. And then we round out today's track events with the 4x100 meter relays. So your jumpers for the men's long jump listed include Kimlon Spencer, Exceed Sports Club, Kareem Davis, Exceed Sports Club, Travion Bergen, It That Academy, Azari Horn and Romario Hector, both of Exceed Sports Club, Azaria Hooper, Roses Academy, Isaiah Patterson, Sean Henry, Excel Track Club, Ubediah Ford, Zimroy Hunt, It That Academy, Zimri Stevens, Exceed, Romal James, High Performance, and Travel Sylvan, Exceed. These are your men's for the long jump finals, which is also set to commence in a few minutes. And while we get ready to start the events again, we extend a sincere thank you to the Hercules family for their participation here in the national championships once again, being named after Wendell Hercules, and known middle distance runner, horse in Vincent and the Grenadines. So 8 ladies, with 5 coming from the High Performance Track Club. Or maybe that's 7 ladies on track, 5 coming from the High Performance Track Club. So your lane assignments as the ladies make their way back to the start. In lane 1, it's Kiana John, It That Academy. Lane 2, Tia Laborde, Mustangs. Lane 3, Kenisha Richards, High Performance. Lane 4, Kiara Sandy, It That Academy. Lane 5, Ariana Miller, High Performance. Lane 6, Carla Bennett, High Performance. Lane 7, Shaikina Francis, High Performance. And lane 8, Kelsey Stroh of High Performance. Your finalists for the women's 100-meter dash. This will then be followed by the men's B final, which will feature in Cozy Rogers, Desroy Kwame, Kyle Derrick, Jadel Hector, Serrani Robin, Andros Denny, Lawrence Arthur, and Nashawn Fergus. And the A final with Darren Morgan, Jamar Saunders, Kyle Lawrence, Keo Davis, AJ Delplesh, Jeremy Martin, Kevin Martin, and Delron Delplesh. So getting into the fever pitch portion of the championships for day number 1. As we get ready for the finals, 100 meters.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this start line, you see the ladies doing full adjustments to their clocks.
So your stadium record once again, 11.64 seconds, set last year by Xenia Hebert of Panama. And your national record set back in 2002, Natasha Myers, 11.02 meters. Sorry, 11.202 seconds. So it's a full house. Before the women's 100 meter final.
In lane 2, qualifying time 12.35 seconds from Mustangs, TL Abord. In lane 3, qualifying time 12.65 from HP, Tanisha Richards. In 4, from IDDA, qualifying time 13.18, Kiara Sandy. In 5, from HP, qualifying time 12.91 seconds, Ariana Miller. In 6, also from HP, qualifying time 13.45 seconds, Carla Bennett. From HP as well, Fatima Francis in lane 7, qualifying time 12.98. And in 8, lane 8, also from HP, qualifying time 12.61 seconds, Kelsey Stroh.
So your lane assignments there being run through by your stadium announcer for the women's 100 meter dash final. This will be held just before the men's B and A final. So the starter there being told that the finish line team and system is ready. And we're getting ready now for the women's 100 meter final. Kiana John, Tia Laborde, Kenisha Richards, Kiara Sandy, Ariana Miller, Carla Bennett, Shaikina Francis, Kelsey Stroh. Which will be followed, as I said, by the two 100 meter finals for the men, B and the A final. So the runners now being sent to their marks. Women's 100 meter finals. John, Laborde, Richards, Sandy, Miller, Bennett, Francis, and Straw. And they're out and away. The finals of your women's 100 meter. And it's already Tia Laborde moving away. She's going to be chased there by Kenisha Richards. So it's Tia Laborde crossing the line, stopping the clock at 12.07 seconds Just behind her is Kenisha Richards of High Performance, 12.40 it looks like. And then Straw, 12.57 seconds. They're your top three medalists for the women's 100-meter final.
Also from HP, Kelsey Shaw from HP. Congratulations to you, young ladies. Well done. Now is the turn of the men, who will be the sprinting national champion 2026. So we will do the B section first to start off. B section.
So the finals, results of your women's 100-meter finals. In third place, Kelsey Straw, High Performance in a time of 12.57 seconds. In second place, Kenisha Richards, High Performance in a time of 12.40 seconds. And your winner and national champion for 2026, Tia Laborde of Mustangs, crossing the line in 12.07 seconds.
Lawrence Arthur Excel, Nashon Fergus.
So next on track will be the B final of the men's 100 meters. And then be followed by the men's, the A final.
Jeremy Martin, Deron Delbus, Adrian Delbus, Q Davis, Kyle Lawrence, Jamal Saunders, and Darren Morgan.
Do have the potential of challenging that, especially in the persons of Kyle Lawrence, who has run 10-3 for the season already. Keo Davis as well, Jamal Saunders, and AJ Delplush. But of course, it's all about who crosses the line when, and that will be determined.
In the B-final, in lane 1, from Excel Track Club, with a qualifying time of
So your lane assignments,
4 seconds and Cozy
it's lane 1 and Cozy Rogers of Excel. In lane 2, Desroy Kwame, It That Academy. Lane 3, Kyle Derrick, High Performance. Lane 4, Jadel Hector, your fastest qualifier with 11.09 from It That Academy.
5 seconds from HB Kyle.
In lane 5, Serrani Robin, Excel Track Club. Lane 6, Andros Denny, Chatelier. In lane 6, that was lane 6. In lane 7, Lawrence Arthur, Excel Track Club. And lane 8, Nashon Fergus, also of Excel Track Club.
Excel Track Club, Serrani Ruben.
Your finalists there for the B, your B finalists
11.19 seconds
for the men's 100 meters.
Andros Denny. In lane 7, qualifying time 11.3 seconds from Excel Track Club, Lawrence Arthur. Lane 8, qualifying time 11.41 seconds from Excel Track Club, Nashon Fergus.
So the B final will be coming up next, followed by the A final. Then after that, we move into the 400-meter final events for the women and men. So the finalists just getting their practice starts in, making sure that the blocks are set and they're comfortable with their accelerations. So we've got all 8 lanes filled. All 8 runners there for the B final, ready to face the starter. Lane 1, Nkosi Rogers, Excel Track Club. Lane 2, Desroy Kwame, It That Academy. Lane 3, Kyle Derrick, High Performance. Lane 4, Jadel Hector, It That. Lane 5, Serrani Roban, Excel Track Club. Lane 6, Andros Denny Chatouillet. Lane 7, Lawrence Arthur, Excel Track Club. And lane 8, Nashon Fergus, also of Excel. Again, your stadium record, 10.39 seconds, held by Makish Compton. National record, 10.13 seconds, held by Earl Simmons. So these are the big guns, to be followed by the bigger guns. The B final, men's 100 meters. Call to set, and they're sent on their way. And as the race pans out, it looks like it's going to be the long striding Jadel Hector. Jadel Hector in control of this one, but the race is going to be for second. Serrani Roban looks like he just might have taken it. So it's 10.76 there for Jadel Hector. Serrani Roban 10.92. And then Andros Denny. Extremely close there for second and third. 10.76 for your winner, Jadel Hector of It That Academy. 10.92 for second place, Serrani Roban. And 10.94 for your third place, Andros Denny. And now it's time for the A final. The 8 fastest competitors from the heats this morning. They are Kevin Martin of Velocity Track Club in lane 1, coming in with 10.87 seconds. In lane 2, Jeremy Martin of It That Academy coming in with 11.13 seconds. Delron Delplesh in lane 3 of Mustangs with 10.82. AJ Delplesh in lane 4 for Mustangs, 10.72 seconds, the fastest qualifying time. Keo Davis is in lane 5 from It That Academy. He comes in with 10.81 from the finals, from the prelims. Kyle Lawrence of Chatouillet, he qualified with 10.96 when he won his heat. Jemar Saunders of It That Academy is in lane 7 with 10.86. And rounding out your A final in lane 8 from the High Performance Track Club with a time of 11.05 is Darren Morgan. As always, it is a toss-up between Lawrence, Davis, Saunders, Delplesh. And there is, of course, the unknown entity of Kevin Martin of Velocity Track Club in Grenada. not someone who the runners here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are familiar with, so he is more or less the dark horse, the unknown entity. The race was won last year by Makish Compton. But we'll see which one of these gentlemen will be fast enough to stop the clock in first place to cop the title of national champion for 2026.
In lane 6, also scholarship aboard. Qualifying time 10.96 from Chateau Kyle Lawrence. In lane 7, also on scholarship aboard. From It That Academy with a qualifying time of 10.86 seconds, Jamal Sanders. And in lane 8, homegrown HP. Qualifying time 11.05 seconds. Darren Morgan. Over to you, Starler.
Stadium announcer lets the starter know that the race is now under his control, and he sends these finalists to their marks. Again, it's Kevin Martin, lane 1, Jeremy Martin, lane 2, Delron Delplesh, lane 3, AJ Delplesh, lane 4, Keo Davis, lane 5, Kyle Lawrence, lane 6, Jemar Saunders, lane 7, Darren Morgan, lane 8. The A final of your men's 100-meter dash here at the Tasvg Wendell Hercules National Championships 2026. And they're off and away for the first time of asking. This one could be lightning, folks. It's AJ Delplesh. He's going to be chased there by Kyle Lawrence. Lawrence now in front. It's Kyle Lawrence, Keo Davis, Lawrence, Davis, Delplesh. So it's a winning time of 10.48 for Kyle Lawrence of Châteauguay. And it's 10.60 there for AJ Juice Delplesh. Crosses the line in 10.62 seconds. So 10.48, 10.60, 10.62. Your times there for your top 3. So it's a third place held there by AJ Delplesh in a time of 10.62 seconds. Keo Davis finishes second in 10.60. And your winner and national champion for 2026 from the Châteauguay Track Club in a time of 10.48 seconds is Kyle Lawrence. So Lawrence would have ran second to Makish Compton last year in these championships. Compton, of course, not present this time around. And Kyle Lawrence takes advantage of his absence and finishes with the gold medal. Next event on the track being called is the 400-meter finals for women and men. 4 athletes listed for the women's final: Zakisha Kelly, Aria Carter, Kessian John, and Jaden Edwards Barry. Mustangs, HP, and It That Academy. And then the men's 400-meter final will follow with Lawrence Arthur, Denrick Davis, Lemore Olivier, Kareem Clark, Hashim Daniel, Jubril Olivier, Jorani Welcome, and Giovanni Jacobs. So while the 400-meter finalists get themselves to the call room and get themselves ready, we still have the men's long jump that is in progress. And of course, due to the wet nature of the surface here at the stadium, the discus event will be, well, for right now, postponed more than likely until tomorrow, as it can prove dangerous, especially when there are competitors who utilize the rotation technique. You don't want to be doing that on a wet surface with a discus in hand, of course. So the discus event won't be taking place this afternoon, but we will, however, finish up on the track. Well, finish up with the men's long jump, and on the track with the women's and men's 400 meters in that order. Then the women's 3,000 meters, and then the 4x100 meter relay. Relays for women and men. So again, it's live coverage of the 2026 Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. This live coverage being brought to you here on the VC3 platforms. Of course, the championships with corporate partnerships with the Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union Limited, the Mustique Company Limited, Fanfare Events, Ocado SVG, Paladin Services, Security Services Limited. .400 meters, one lap around the track, in lanes. As again, athletes will be up for selection for some regional competition set to come up in the next few months over the summer. The first coming up as soon as 2 weeks from this weekend, which will be the OECS Championships to be held in St. Kitts, Nevis. Following that, on the 10th and 12th, well, 10th to 12th of July will be the NACAC Under 18 and Under 23 Championships held in Apisco, Mexico. The Windward Island School Games are held over the last week in July. And that is immediately followed by the Commonwealth Games and CAC Games. Commonwealth Games held in Glasgow, Scotland. CAC Games to be held in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines expects to see participation in all of these championships. And then, of course, our championships continue tomorrow from 11 a.m. once again here at the National Stadium. So, weather permitting, the invitation is open to those of you who are viewing us and you are here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to come on and make your way out to the National Stadium and take in the competition firsthand. While it is a pleasure to be here and bringing it to you live on the VC3 platforms. Events tomorrow should include the 200 meters, 800 meters, triple jump for men and women, men's high jump, women's shot put, and others. check. I'll confirm that because there was some discussion about it. So the sky has cleared up considerably. Chances are that shower of rain might be the last one that we'll experience for the afternoon, at least at least up to before we finish our events today. Remember, we just have the 400 meters, which are about to get going. The women are on the track. The men's 400 follows. Then we have the 3,000 meters. 12 and a half laps are on the track for the women. And then the 4x100 meters relay. So we hope the weather holds and we get to complete the track and field events as we have the men's long jump in progress and the women's discus about to get going. Your stadium record for the 400 meters women, 55.03 seconds. It was set by Chafonia Houston. She's of Grenada in 2002. The national record set by Shafika Maloney of 50.63 seconds in 2024. Fastest time coming in is 57.06 by Aria Carter. She is running in lane 4. So they're off and out to go. Kelly 3, Carter 4, John 5, Edwards Barry in lane 6. And we see Kelly already going by Aria Carter on the inside, but Carter now steps on the gas. She went fairly easy on that first 100 meters, but she's now starting to do her running as Kelly, as the opposite, has sort of slowed down, but they're still all in a pack, 200 meters to go. Rounding the turn, it's Kelly with the slight advantage. Carter's going to follow her around on the inside. Kessian John and Edwards Barry on the outside, but it's Carter. Sorry, it's Kelly. It's Zakisha Kelly. She's going to be chased now by Aria Carter. It's Kelly and Carter. Kelly and Carter. Zakisha Kelly is going to take this women's 400-meter final champion for 2026. A flash time of 57.2 seconds. Zakisha Kelly, 57.20. Aria Carter, 58.30. So that's Zakisha Kelly there. There's your 400-meter champion. Looking rather pleased with her time there of 57.20 seconds for the women's 400 meters. She beat Aria Carter into second place with 57.30 seconds. So clearly pleased with that performance here this afternoon. Congratulations to her. Zakisha Kelly, your women's 400-meter national champion for 2026. And then now we get ready for the men to step onto the track and face the starter's pistol. Your lane assignments are Lawrence Arthur in lane 1. His heat time, 52.02 seconds. In lane 2, Denrick Davis, XL Track Club, 51.44. In lane 3, Lemore Olivier, That Academy, 51.83. In lane 4, Karim Clark, That Academy, 50.18 seconds. In lane 5, Hashim Daniel, That Academy, 50.79 seconds. In lane 6, Jubril Olivier, High Performance, 50.26 seconds. Jorani Welcome is in lane 7 of Chatouillet, 52.73. And rounding out your men's 400 meters, Giovanni Jacobs of XL Track Club. He comes in with 52.15 seconds. Stadium announcer indicates to the starter that the system is ready. And your runners now sent to their marks. Again, it's Arthur, lane 1, Davis 2, Olivier 3, Clark 4, Daniel 5, Olivier, Jubril 6, Jorani Welcome in 7, Giovanni Jacobs in 8. That's Lawrence Arthur 1, Denrick Davis 2, Lemore Olivier 3, Kareem Clark 4, Hashim Daniel 5, Jubril Olivier 6, Jorani Welcome, and Giovanni Jacobs 7 and 8. Runners under the starters' orders. And they're sent away. Clean start. First time of asking. And we already see Lemore Olivier. It seems like he would have started in third gear. He's already moved up on Kareem Clark. And is aiming to catch Hashim Daniel. Now this is a flying run there from Olivier. At 200 meters, it's Lemore Olivier in full control of this event. He's leaving the rest of them in his wake. Lemore Olivier. Hashim Daniel now trying to make a comeback. 150 meters to go. Also running hard is Jubril Olivier on the outside of him and Kareem Clark. But coming into the home stretch, it's all Olivier, all Lemore. Well ahead and still pulling away. Lemore Olivier in your men's 400-meter final. Crosses the line, stops the clock at 48.1. So 48.05 is the final time there for Lemore Olivier. So that's your men's 400-meter finals. Lemore Olivier taking that 1:48.05 seconds. Second place, Hashim Daniel, 49.41 seconds. And then Jubril Olivier takes the third spot in 49.54 seconds.
We want to give it back to whoever owns it. He's talking to former officer Peters. Owners claim going once. The blue is a garment look like a lady's wig. A lady's blue light blue.
So that's a wrap on your 400 meters women and men. Your ladies champion Zakisha Kelly, 57.20 seconds, and your male champion Lemore Olivier, 48.05 seconds. Now we have just two athletes listed to run in this women's 3,000-meter event. They are Jada Davis of High Performance and Samara Pear, also of High Performance, as we have a light shower of rain now starting to fall, well, starting to descend. It's not too heavy and ominous in the area where we'd usually look to see where the weather comes from. It's still fairly clear out there, but there is a heavy cloud directly over us here at the stadium. But currently it seems as though Davis is the only competitor who is in the call room area for this 3,000 meters. Now, normally if there's only one competitor, the event would not go off. There tends to need a minimum of 3. So we'll see what happens. But of course, following this 3,000 meters, if it does go, following this would be the 4x100 meter relay. If there is no 3,000, then we should probably, once the weather allows us, move directly into the relays. But we'll see what happens. It's part of the consequence, if you will, of having these events outside, your outdoor events. Although it is an all-weather track, of course, due to the fact that the facilities are still not yet complete, it does prove a challenge to host events when it is raining. But nonetheless, the championship itself continues. As we see, the long jumpers have now made their way into the shelter while the shower passes. The discus area, we're still seeing, well, not the throwers are huddled under the tent. Seems as though the throwers are doing just some practice throws in the meantime, but it might defeat the purpose, because the reason why the discus event was sort of postponed earlier on was because after the heavy shower, the throwing circle was wet. I guess it dried out enough for them to have to go ahead, to be able to go ahead and start the event. But now we do have some showers once again, so we'll see what happens as it relates to the discus event. But for the second time this afternoon, there's a pause in the activity here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium, day one of the Team Athletics SVG Wendell Hercules National Championships. Again, a meet that was originally slated to be held next weekend, but due to that being the first of the major carnival events weekend, it was pushed back, well, brought forward to be held on this weekend. Of course, the major events to be held next week in terms of carnival will include the Junior Carnival event, Kiddies Carnival on Saturday, and Calypso semi-finals should be on Friday, Fantastic Friday. So in an effort to avoid a clash with another major national event, the dates for the national championships were brought forward by 1 week, hence the reason why we are here this weekend at the National Stadium. And here in the company of members of the Hercules family, of course the entity relatives of Mr. Wendell Hercules, they are here with us every year showing support for these events. But it looks like the rain has, well, stopped, and looks like the discus competition is about to get going. Officials are making their way out onto the field, and there's a thrower in the throwing circle. The long jumpers are now back out on the runway and in the jumping area, ready to continue that event. Still a decision to be made on what's happening with the 3,000 meters. Jada Davis is the only competitor who is currently in the call room area, but she is one of only two who were listed to perform. Samara Pear being the other one, but Pear isn't in the call room. So we could very well see a cancellation of this 3,000 meter event, but we'll wait and see. In the meantime, over at the long jump area, Romano Hector of the Exceed Sports Club is getting ready to take his attempt. So he's given the green flag by the officials, and he takes off down the runway, hits the board, lifts and lands in the pit. You'll see what color flag is raised. It's a green flag, which means it's a legal jump. And his distance will be displayed on the board, 5.69 meters there for Romano Hector of the Exceed Sports Club. Next competitor will be Isaiah Patterson, another athlete who took part in the 2026 Carifta Games in Grenada. He took part in the high jump here in the long jump competition. This is round number 3. So Isaiah Patterson takes off and completes his jump. He gets a green flag. Measured 5.1. Isaiah. So it's now probably there being just one competitor there to. There'll be no 3 meter this afternoon. 4x1 will be the next event. Back, so he does still have some distance to work with. So 575 there for 3. We and Jada Davis take part in this 3,000.5 lap. Starts at the 200 meter mark. Now 6'8". Meter making to go over to the start at the 200 meter mark. It's Jada Davis of High Performance in green and black, a pair of Roses Academy in the pink and white. We'll take in that event when it starts. Here comes Trevor Sylvan down the runway. has a best jump of 6.5. Seven in on this attempt. So at this point, the long jump order is going to jump from distances shortest to longest. So the person who has the shortest distance will go first. The person with the longest distance so far will go last. And they have 3 more rounds of jumps to make. So while the officials reorder that event, we go back to the track for 12 and a half laps of the 3,000 meters for women. Although this event is featuring 2 girls, but it's Jada Davis already moving off and running at a pace that you might normally see a 1,500 meter start. And she's already left Samara Peer in her wake. Again, Jada Davis set the Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championship 3,000 meter record in March. So she's no stranger to this track and no stranger to the distance. And as I said before, soon she'll be no stranger to the airs of Vincentians as it comes to track and field running here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That's the 3,000 meters in progress. Jada Davis. 8 feet.
So she does have the stadium record, 11.07, that should be 11 minutes, 7.61 seconds, which was run during the Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championships earlier this year. So I'm pretty sure she's going to be chasing her stadium record and personal best. The national record stands at 9 minutes, 31.37 seconds. Or did I say 12 and a half laps? I'm sorry. It's seven and a half laps for the 3,000. The 5,000 is 12 and a half. So my mistake. It's 7 and a half laps here for this 3,000 meters. And the Jada Davis, it is a race of 2 horses, Jada Davis and Samara Peer. And already as we move into the second lap, we can already tell that it is going to be won by Jada Davis. It's just a matter of seeing what time she runs. Again, her personal best, 11 minutes, 7.61 seconds. As now she slows down just a bit as she has 6 laps remaining. So as they come off the turn and into the home stretch, Davis goes by Samara Pair, so she laps Pair. With 3 laps to go for Davis. She does have a personal best of 11.04, 11 minutes 4.92 seconds. She ran this when she finished 8th in the Carifta Games in Grenada earlier this year. So it's Jada Davis there, your leader, here in this women's 3,000 meters event. Well, just one of 2 athletes in the event, Samara Pair being the other. But it's all Jada Davis. She's already lapped Pair, which was to be expected. Those of us who follow the event knows the stature and competence of Davis. Has the potential clearly, and I'm seeing this now, to be an excellent distance runner. Following the 3,000 meter events will be the 4x100 meter relays for women and men. So the relay teams will be on display shortly. And of course, we still have the men's long jump event in progress. A new stadium record set by Romal James of 6.80 meters. He broke his own 6.66 meters. Broke it twice, actually. Jumped 6.68 and then jumped 6.80 in his 3rd round jump. 2 laps there for Jada Davis. Distance running, one of the aspects of athletics here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that has unfortunately seen a decline over the years. Not many persons, well, taking part in distance running, as would have been once upon a time when we had the likes of the Ballantyne brothers. Even though there are the distance events held at the school level, the performances are not as exceptional as they once were. And we see the effects of that here today, where we have only 2 persons participating in the 3,000 meters. But although there are just a small amount, only 2, the performance still is spectacular. And I said before, I'll say it again, if you haven't heard it, if you didn't hear it earlier this morning, mark this name down and remember it, because you will have reason to remember it. Jada Davis. She's just 13 years old, but is already showing tremendous potential. She gets the bell. Remember the stadium record, 11 minutes, 7.91 seconds. She's now at 10 minutes 02, so she's got just about 1 minute if she wants to break that stadium record. Her personal best, 11 minutes 4.72 seconds, set when she ran the 3,000 meters at the Carifta Games earlier this year. That was an 8th place finish. So while she keeps her stride frequency going, I can pretty much assure you, viewers, that when she hits that home stretch, she is going to find another gear and is still going to sprint. She could set herself a new task and a new goal to see if she can catch Pair once again. Jada is at the 200-meter mark. Pair is at the 150, so they're about 50 meters apart, and they have just about 150 meters to go. So it is likely that Jada Davis is going to lap Samara Pair once again. As I said, she's already shifted gears and starting to run even harder coming off the turn. She's almost going into a full sprint here, ladies and gentlemen. A full sprint, viewers. And she does go by Samara Pear. No, she won't get the stadium record. The clock has already gone by 11 minutes, 7 seconds. But it's still a spectacular showing. The effort being put out by this young lady, Jada Davis, high performance, finishes this women's 3,000 meters. 11 minutes, 25.6 is the flash time there for young Jada. It's still one lap remaining for Samara Pear. 11 minutes, 25.37 seconds, the official time there for Jada Davis. And Samara Pear is on her final lap going around the track. So again, remember that name. Stepped on the scene at the Inter-Schools Athletics Championships. Well, actually stepped on the scene at the Curve to Trials, the National Junior Championships, the Lennox Adams National Junior Championships. Curve to Trials. And looking at Jada's face, clearly she's not pleased with her time. But that's what happens when you have to run by yourself. When you have more competition, it pushes you to do better. So her time suffers from the fact that there are not many people who are doing distance events, but nonetheless, she is national champion for 2026. So she can add that to national schools champion. And now she is national champion. Jada Davis, high performance. As just at the 200-meter mark, about 210 meters, Samara Pear, your final competitor, is still making her way around the track as the call is being made for the relay teams to report to the call room. The women's 4x100 meter relay. This will be followed by the men's 4x100 meter relay, and that would end our track events here this afternoon. We still have the long jump and the discus ongoing. Unable to tell you if those will be completed before the relays, but still, we will continue. We will go through as Samara Pear continues into the home stretch. 100 meters to go now for the second place Samara Pear. Here for your women's women's 3,000 meters event. Pear again, another athlete who oh yes, correction. She does have one lap remaining. So the bell now being sounded there for Pear. So 400 meters to go. Remember, she was lapped twice by Jada Davis. So which means once Jada finished, Samara still would have had 2 laps to go. So she's on her last lap. Hasn't stopped, hasn't given up. Actually has not stopped to walk, which is something that you constantly see, especially at the school level. A lot of athletes at this point would have been walking. As a matter of fact, they even tend to walk in a 1,500 meters, sometimes even an 800 meters. But this is 7.5 laps, and Pear, albeit being beaten by Jada Davis, is still on the move, still on the go, and has 300 meters remaining in this event. She'll secure a silver medal here, national silver medal in this 3,000 meter event. So we see the relay teams getting themselves ready, practicing their baton exchanges. Some teams already making their way into the call room. 250 meters to go there for Samara Pear from Roses Academy, from the Rosebank area, North Leeward. Good afternoon to you. It was actually an all Leeward affair. Jada Davis from High Performance, based in the town of Barreley. And Barreley Secondary School, Samara Pear of, I think, the Pettibodell Secondary. I do stand to be corrected. So she's getting some encouragement and congratulatory applause as she finishes this 3,000 meter event. Pretty much running all by herself, as from the start of the race, Jada Pear had left her and she completed this event alone. But she is still going. So well done to the young lady. Showing heart is one of the, honestly, something that lacks in a lot of our young athletes, especially those at the school level. who would have started to walk. I can even attest to some events where some athletes would have just given up and stopped running altogether. But she doesn't do that. She finishes the event. She is a silver medalist here in the national 3,000 meter championship. Congratulations there to Samara Peer. So just a few events remaining. The remainder of the women's discus that is in progress over on the southern end of the field. And then in the men's long jump, that's a throw there that looks like it might be Kyla Jeffrey. I can't be exactly sure from where we are, from where my position is.
Long jump for men and also the discus for women. We fared the weather has spared us the worst.
So the call for the relay teams are making their way to the call room area. Few ladies teams here. We see the teams of Mustangs, that academy. Looks just to be 2 teams. We'll see how many men's teams. We might have a high performance team as well. I did see the high performance team doing their warm up, going through their warm up activities. So it looks like high performance. That will will seed 2 teams in this event. We'll see as they go out. And then we'll have the men's 4x1 100-meter relay. On the long jump runway, your leader there. That's a foul for Ramal James. So that one won't be marked. And it looks like they'll have the final round. You're now moving to the final round of jumps. Jumps for the long jump. They are in the 5th round of throws, for the women's discus. So it's getting ready to start the final round for the men's long jump. And they're into the 5th round of the women's discus. On the track, it will be the 4x100-meter relays, women, then men. And the curtains will come down on day number 1 of the 2026 Team Athletics Tasvg Wendell Hercules National Championships here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. Tomorrow, it's day 2 of these championships on a weekend when there are also championships being held in Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica as well, and other countries around the region. Looks like a standing throw there. That one whipped right out of the sector by the thrower, so that's going to be a foul throw. So while the relay teams is still in progress. Let's our Denella Mustangs. Seanway Williams, high performance. Majeda Williams, roses. Shalice Williams, high performance. Takara Barber, your defending champion. Exceed. Tarantia Stapleton, high performance. Nabia Pompey, exceed. Ashley John, high performance. Leandra Duncan and Kyla Jeffrey, both of high performance. As now the rain starts to come down even heavier. So the discus throwers, as well as the long jumpers, seek shelter. And the 4x1 relay teams will also not take the track quite yet. Again, another light shower here over the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium. Not enough to put a complete damper on the events for this afternoon, but enough just to put a slight pause in the action. Now it seems to be easing off just a bit. Another passing shower. There are showers promised more or less by the weather system. Tropical wave currently affecting SVG. So at the discus area, Kyla Jeffrey of high performance now making the sets up herself and spins and lets that one fly. So the measurement will be taken. .22 26.22 meters is her throw. As they now get ready to move into the final round of throws. Of Rose's Academy. Circle. She's going to just stand and pull this one a little bit too much to the left, so it goes out of the sector. Didn't even get to the grass actually. So after Majada Williams, now comes Leandra Duncan of high performance. While we see the runners for the 4x100 meter relay are making their way out to their respective points. So it's Leandra Duncan. She also is going to just take a standing throw, whips that one out. It drops drops on the sector line. So next is Shani Williams, high performance. Again, another standing throw. It's a legal throw. As she gets it out, and the measurement again going to be taken. .33. So another foul throw there. This time it's Ashley John of High Performance getting that one again to go out of the sector. Next up, national champion, schools champion. This is just heaves that one. She throws 18.51 meters. Exceed Sports Club now. It's a big throw, at least compared to what we've seen so far. I think she should be the leader in this event. We'll get the distance before we get the start of the 4x1. So it's a distance of 31.33 there for Barbara. Okay, she may not be the leader. There's someone throwing after her. This is thrower number 42, Tarantia Stapleton, High Performance. So the long jump event is complete. Sounds like 26:18 there for Stapleton. So your women's 4x100 meter relays. Lane 2, it's Roses Academy. In lane 3, High Performance. Lane 4, That Academy. And lane 5, it is Team Mustangs. So just getting word there from your winner of the men's long jump, a distance of 7.06 meters. That means that the stadium record has now been extended to that distance by Romal James. First leg runners now sent to their marks by the starter. This is your women's 4x100 meter relay. And they're off. First time of asking. Roses Academy, lane 2. High Performance, lane 3. That Academy, 4. Mustangs in 5. And of course, High Performance makes the first exchange. So it's High Performance down there with Richards. Clean exchange there between Richards and Ariana Miller. It's now Miller round the turn for High Performance. And it's High Performance. This is going to be a chase down because Shaikina Francis, but she's going to be chased by Tia Laborde. Tia Laborde is going to chase her and catch her just before the finish line. Tia Laborde crosses the line. Mustangs takes it. Gets there with a spectacular run there by Tia Laborde. Chasing down High Performance. And now comes Roses Academy. One of the male runners there thought that was it for the race and started to make his way out onto the track. But Mustangs, your winner of your women's 4x100 meter relay. High Performance in second. Beautifully run. Up next is going to be the men's 4x1. And That Academy in third place for the women's 4x1 100-meter finals. So next on track will be the men's. Your lane assignments in lane 2, That Academy. Lane 3, Exceed Sports Club. Lane 4, Mustangs Track Club. Lane 5, High Performance. Lane 6, Excel. And Lane 7, Roses Academy. And this could very well come down to be a race between That Academy and High Performance. Those are your lane assignments being belted out there by the stadium announcer, ensuring that all the legs are lined up in the way they should be. So again, it's That Academy, lane 2, Exceed Sports Club, lane 3, High Performance, lane 4. Correction, Mustangs, lane 4, High Performance, lane 5, XL Track Club, lane 6, and Roses Academy in lane 7. Looks as though all legs are ready. So too is the finish line team. And the starter now sends them to their mark. Final event here, the women's discus, men's long jump have both been completed. So it's just left now for this 4x100 meter relay, and then the award presentations, the medal presentations to follow. But final event on the track, your men's 4x1. That lane 2, Exceed lane 3, Mustangs lane 4. There's a break at the start, High Performance lane 5, Excel lane 6, and Roses Academy in lane 7. Starter just instructing the guilty party of the false start to just relax and calm himself. Wait for the pistol. The nerves, of course, could be somewhat bubbling. Also, there's no Mustangs in the race, so it's HP lane 2, Exceed lane 3, High Performance lane 5, XL Track Club lane 6, Roses Academy lane 7. And now they're away for a clean break, and there's the start of your men's 4x100 meters. That Exceed Mustangs, HP, no Mustangs, sorry, HP XL. Long take over there for That. So it's the long legs there of Jadel Hector versus the long legs of Romal James. That High Performance. And now this is where we can see the separation. It's Keo Davis, the fast kid on the third leg, rounding the turn. And now moves in to make that exchange to Lemore Oliveira. Smooth and quick exchange. Lemore is now going to be chased by Darren Morgan. This could be another chase down, but it won't end the same as it did in the women's. It's going to be That Academy all the way. Looks back to ensure that HP is where he wants them to be, which is behind him. That Academy taking your men's 4x100 meter relay final. High Performance in second. Now the call being made for persons who have their medals to be received for the events this afternoon. The 100 meters, the 400 meters, the 3,000 meters men's long jump, women's discus, and of course the 4x100 meter relays. So this brings us to the end of the competition aspect of day one of the Team Athletics SVG National Championships, Tasvg Wendell Hercules National Championships. We'll have left to do the awards for the, medal presentations for the events completed for this afternoon, and we recommence tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. once again here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. We'll bring our live stream to you once again on VC3, the various platforms, whichever platform you are utilizing to view us from. We do appreciate your time and we welcome you being here, be it Facebook, be it YouTube, or whether you're viewing from any other entity that would have shared this live stream. We look forward to having you viewing us once again tomorrow. If you can, as I said earlier, we look forward to having you being here with us at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. Remind you, you can keep abreast with what's happening regarding track and field in Vincent and the Grenadines by following the Team Athletics social media accounts, ta.svg on Instagram, TASVG Championships on Instagram as well. That's the account that is dedicated solely to the championships. The general account is ta.svg. And of course on Facebook, Team Athletics SVG. And you can log on to our official website, teamathleticssvg.com. So we're now calling for the now encouraging the ladies to, well, not the ladies, but the medalists to come to the presentation area and receive their medals. We begin with the 100 meters. The 100 meters women, to be followed by the B and A 100 meter final medalists. Then the women's and men's 400 meters. You also have the 3,000 meters, the field events for this afternoon as well, the men's long jump, the women's discus, and then the 4x100 meter relays. So again, my name Khalil Kato, as always, being here with you on this live stream on VC3 as we bring to you this 2026 Wendell Hercules Team Athletics SVG National Championships with corporate partnerships from Ocado SVG, the Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union, Mustique Company Limited, Fanfare Events, and Paladin Security Services Limited. So those are your medalists for the women's 100 meters. In third place, Kelsey Stroh. Second place, Kenisha Richards, high performance. And your winner, national champion for the women's 100 meters, is Tia Laborde. Members of the Hercules family also being there and a part of these medals and prize giving ceremonies. Move on now to the men's 100. AJ Delplesh is your bronze medalist, finishing third to Keo Davis, who is the silver medalist, and then your men's national champion, Kyle Lawrence. Of course, two of these three athletes are on scholarship overseas. Keo Davis at West Texas College, and then Kyle Lawrence would have just finished his journey at Western Texas, two separate schools, and has recently signed with Harding University in the United States. Kyle Lawrence, national champion. So it's Mustangs, AJ Delplesh in third, That Academy, Keo Davis in second, Kyle Lawrence, Chatouillet Track Club, your winner and national champion. Now move on to the long jump. Zimroy Hunt, your bronze medalist. So bronze medalist Zimroy Hunt just making his way. Took time getting dressed, I suppose. In all yellow, representing That Academy. So receives his Trevel Sylvan of Exceed Sports Club, who will be featuring to do some great heights tomorrow in the that's Trevel Sylvan, and now Ramal James, your winner, defending his long jump title, and doing so with a new stadium record, 7.04 meters.
High performance, 59.03, Kezian John. In second position, 58.30 from high performance.
Aria Carter. Champion 26, 57.20 Zekisha Kelly, Mustangs. Men's 400. The third position, high performance, 49.54. Gabriel Olivier. I don't want the people to get too much of it. In second position, from Idat Academy, Hashim Daniel, 49.41. National Champion 2026 from Idat Academy, 48.05, Limor Oliver. Go closer for the picture, man. Go closer. Right. 3,000 meters women. Second place from Roses Academy, 16:13.95 the time. Samara Pear. Gold medalist, high performance, 11:23.37 the time. Jada Davis. Four by 1 meters hurdle, 4 by 100 meters relay. Women in third position. In third position, Idat Academy, 50.74. In second position, High Performance A. High Performance A, second. And the winners, Mustangs A. The winner storming from behind, Mustangs A, gold medal, Ciela Ward, bringing home the bacon for her team. Women's discus. In third position, the throw of 28.73 meters from high performance, Tarancia Stapleton. Tarancia Stapleton third, 28.73 meters in the discus. In second position, 30.82, the performance from high performance, Kyla Jeffrey. National Champion 2026 Sports Club. A throw of 32.21 meters to Karabama. Final event of the day, 4x100 meters relay men. In third position, with a time of 44.34 seconds, Excel Track Club. In second position, with a time of 42.11 seconds, High Performance A. National Champion 2026, with a time of 41.55 seconds. That Academy A. Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Hercules family. Thank you all athletes, all clubs. Thank you to the Red Cross for your continued services for the finish.
4x100 meter relay, Excel Track Club in third, High Performance in second, and your national champion team, That Academy. And that brings the curtains down on day number 1 of the Tasvg Wendell Hercules National Championships here at the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. Of course, tomorrow we begin once again from 11 a.m. That's when competition begins and when our live stream begins for you as well. Thank you once again to those of you who would have taken your time out to check out our review. We say thanks, of course, to VC3 and for its corporate partnership for the championships. We say thank you as well to the Mustique Company Limited, Kingstown Cooperative Credit Union, KCCU, Ocado SVG, Fanfare Events, and Paladin Security Services Limited. That wraps up our broadcast for today until tomorrow when we bring to you once again day number 2 of the National Championships. On behalf of the broadcast team at VC3, my name is Khalil Kato. Do enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you once again tomorrow.